Hello everyone and welcome to yet another live coding until it's Next.js until today, as we will be covering the brand new Next.js 14 and the new course that Vercel and Next.js have provided for us, free course. I figured let's see how a principal software engineer can go through it and see what I would design differently if I were making my own course, or what I would advise if I was doing it in a group, that sort of thing. Yesterday was, of course, Next.js Conf, yet another successful one, yet another very exciting one, even though there were no API changes from Next.js 13 to 14. The keynote was, as always, very charismatic and inspiring. A lot of the speakers, well, every one of the speakers that I saw present were also full of exciting stories about how they use Next.js to develop and deploy their apps, and the full stack and front-end world especially are so exciting right now. You may know that I usually do Svelte and SvelteKit, but Next.js is tied as my favorite meta framework, and I always keep an eye on it. My own site, I just redesigned yesterday. Did a big Next.js 13 redesign, and immediately after the keynote, upgraded to Next.js 14 as well. I got quite touched trying to pick comments from YouTube to display here in the testimonial section. So thank you very much. Thank you to everyone that has ever watched my content and found it helpful, especially if you've taken the time to send a comment. What can I say? I'm touched. Anyway, that's not the point. Next.js, I do use it for a variety of reasons that I've talked about before. It is tied with SvelteKit as my favorite meta framework, but when it comes to big companies, they usually want to hire React engineers because there are more React engineers than Svelte engineers. I'd advise big companies to go Next.js because it's so much easier to hire a React engineer rather than a Svelte engineer. That's the reality, so that's what I'd advise. So even if some of the React engineers, like myself, are experiencing a bit of React fatigue, it's still, there are more of them, they're going to do the work, they're going to be good at it. And again, Next.js does have that first class internationalization support. SvelteKit now has a library that can help you with it, but it's not first class. It's not in the docs. It's not something that you can just go through the documentation and find. You need to kind of involve yourself in the community. And Vercel and Next.js have this open graph image, dynamic image generation. That's quite helpful if the site you're making does depend on dynamic content. Anyway, I'm not gonna spend too much talking about Next.js versus SvelteKit. They're both awesome, and that's why I guess my two main projects, Zonify.com, SvelteKit, it's great because it has view transitions like this. That's very hard to do in Next.js, very easy to do in SvelteKit because they expose a hook that I'm not going to talk about because it's a Next.js stream for sure, but my own website, Next.js. I love both, so I'm showing both. What are we doing today? We're going to go through the Next.js course. They announced yesterday that they created a brand new course that you can find at nextjs.org/learn. It has a ton of chapters. It includes going full Vercel stack. Vercel is the company behind Next.js and has been offering more and more solutions for engineers. And I've been working on it for quite a while. Like, can you go full Vercel? Do they have everything you need? Can they do the storage with databases and stuff? Can they do the analytics? Can they do the authentication? I'd say yes to all, but maybe the authentication step, it depends. We'll get to it and see how good it is and if it's going to be something that you can get away with just using Vercel tools and their Vercel Postgres or whatever they're using here, and not needing to get another subscription to something else. Of course, you may know that a lot of my other projects are using Supabase, which is an all-in-one solution for your database and your authentication. I find that super handy. But of course, having your own Postgres managed in a different way, that has its own benefits. We'll go through this course. Today, I'm excited to see it. I had a quick look at the overview and a few of the early chapters, but I really don't know what's going to be inside it. So I think it will be interesting for everyone watching to see what I think of it. How would this react in Next.js differently? What things I think may be more important to teach, or maybe earlier on if I had my own course or if I was doing a seminar in a company or something like that, a workshop. Interestingly enough, I don't see any testing, like end-to-end testing or something like that, which metadata is also the last chapter. So these are super important to me. The metadata and the cool social images, I think that's essential nowadays for your app to be successful, alongside with your app being testable and having some automated tests, at least a playwright mock test that can ensure that your app is live and users can go through the critical flows, which, if you're sure of that, means you can develop faster. Anyway, we'll get to it when we get to it. I see no chapter on test automation, that sort of thing here, which I would have added, but I'm sure there are many things that I would have neglected to add as well. So I think this is it. Let me know in the chat as always if you're having a great week. If you're not having a great week, I hope it gets better right now through this fun stream. I will switch to the more zoomed in view, bigger view here. We're talking about Next.js 14. I guess the biggest news feature, even though there are no breaking API changes, is the React Server Actions, which I have used and I love it because they remind me of SvelteKit. And I like following standards when the standards make sense, which I guess is the problem with a lot of engineers. Sometimes you think that this standard doesn't make sense, so you don't follow it. But when it comes to forms, I think, we have it right. We've gotten it right now. So Remix has done it, possibly first, another React framework. Then SvelteKit has a great solution with working with forms in a more vanilla HTML way. If you looked at the conference yesterday, maybe you'd say that it's a bit of HTML plus PHP on the backend plus JavaScript on the front-end way. But React Server Actions allowed Next.js to get into that great bandwagon. So I have been using them. They were under experimental flags in React, but I guess they patched them in or they're doing some magic. So even though the dependency to React is still the 18.2 version, I believe, we are still getting some next level features and not the ones that React released, 18.2 React released a year ago. One of them, well, a few of them are related to server actions. I think they work great. They remind me of SvelteKit. If you're familiar with that, then you should be right at home. There were quite a few talks that were focusing on what React Server Actions may mean, including components or libraries, publishing all-encompassing components. So one of the talks was about what if we had a Stripe checkout React component, and that was it. You bring in the library, you render the button, and then everything's taken care of for you. You don't need to create a critical, secure payment link on the backend, pass it to the front end, click it here, navigate the user. You'll still be creating it, but behind the scenes, that component you bring in will have all of the logic, and that's possible with React Server Actions. So that's cool. I hope we get to that point because it's a huge, huge course, and that's like number 12 step. But we'll see. I do like to ramble. I will also be trying to take breaks because the more tired I am, the more I ramble, and we want to avoid that at all costs. Anyway, non-breaking changes for Next.js 14, but this is React Server Actions are not an experimental feature anymore. They are baked in. They're going to feature heavily in this course, I am sure, and that's exciting enough for me. Whenever there are like two standards, you can do it like this. You can do this with the pages router, or you can do this with the app router. But if you want, you can also do this in the app router with server actions. I don't like that. I don't like this divergence. I do like it when there is. This is the official way to do it. Use the app router, use React Server Actions, go for it. So I'm excited to see how that plays out. And yeah, I think I've talked about my main thoughts about Next.js/Learn. I think I've went over a few of the Next.js or Vercel maybe in general classes that they have. I haven't gone through the React Foundations class. I do like to take those for inspirations, and because there's always things that you can learn even if you think you know a subject. And seeing how other people teach a subject is also very valuable. But they have rebuilt how they teach Next.js, and I'm excited to see how it goes. So let's get started. If you look at the agenda, which is in the description, I've added like some of my comments. So here are the names of the chapters that we're going to be covering. And if I have a comment, then it's in the parentheses. So my question with getting started is, does it work with turbopack? Which some people really want, and who doesn't want to develop faster and see their updates in the code be reflected instantly in the app. All right, let's start learning. Let's see if we can do 25 minutes. So we need to go to the terminal, and we're going to use create next app. It is going to use a boilerplate or a template or whatever they call it nowadays. I don't know why they told us to use npm. Don't think I will. Would it use yarn by default? I'll try to use bun and see what happens. And it's gonna use what they call an example, and they're gonna use the dashboard starter example, which straight off the bat, I get why so many courses do this, but I don't particularly like. I do think that using boilerplates and starters, of course, gets you started and may get you into the more exciting things faster. But I do think that there is a lot of value in doing things by yourself. So obviously there is going to be a wizard, an Next.js wizard nowadays that gets you through creating your app. But I would not add anything to that. If the wizard has it, all right, but not add another template, because maybe in one company they've started with this example, the dashboard example. In another, they've started with another example. The divergence I was talking about, again, is something I don't particularly like. So what I usually do is I have my latest and most updated SvelteKit project and my latest and most updated Next.js project. If I'm going to work on Next.js again, I just copy over and delete the Git history of that one and start a new one from there. But I got to that point by starting from the wizard and then adding features from side to side and project to project. Anyway, this is supposed to teach you Next.js, so I imagine they want something that will not teach you how to add prettier and Tailwind, even though the SvelteKit wizard, for example, does ask you, do you want to add prettier? I don't think the Next.js one does. I'm not sure. It does set you up with ESLint, so maybe it does. And I can read fast, but I will try to kind of... Ooh, scripts for the database. I will be trying to fly through this for your entertainment as well. Hey, Hemant in the chat. I'm glad you find this interesting. I'm excited to do this. I would love it if there were more of these standards as well, naming conventions. So they seem like they like app lib for functions in your application and app UI for the UI components. I'd say most companies do /components, like they have a directory like that. But they went with /UI, which I haven't seen often. Let me know if you've seen that convention often. Makes sense. UI, sure. They are suggesting what to do to work with placeholder data as well. What I do here is what I usually do when I'm teaching something, or even in coding challenges and interviews and tests. They have a placeholder data file and they pretend that this is your database and you bring in it from here, I imagine. And they have TypeScript, which is great. I'm pro TypeScript. I think TypeScript and the static types make a lot of the tests that people used to write unnecessary. People don't really like, but they like the code coverage of tests that check for like null and undefined and all of that. You don't need that. You can use a static language, a statically typed language like TypeScript, and then you get rid of all of those silly tests. And then you're kind of forced to write meaningful tests, which is good for your app. And if you know how to do it, then it's good for you. And I guess they can say this, like, you don't accidentally pass the wrong data here. They are recommending Prisma. I have talked before in streams that I love how Supabase kind of brought in the same type of magic that Prisma does. So from your database table and columns, it knows what type of data you're bringing in. So it generates TypeScript types for you. It's magic. I love it. Cool. So let's copy this, go to the terminal, where in our directory under code Next.js until, you could be anywhere, but I do suggest having at least a code directory or equivalent. I am gonna try to run this with bunx, the exciting new JavaScript runtime, and see how that works. We are going to use, I guess that's the name of the app. So let's, should we just skip Next.js dashboard for consistency so it's easier to find? Sure. I'm not going to say use npm because I don't know what that does. And I'm hoping it's going to use bun. And the example is going to be the starter example. Sure. So I imagine it's going to create a new directory and name the app in their package.json and stuff as Next.js dashboard. And indeed, it is using bun. It has pretty installed .env and all of that. Great. And it is using bun here in your instructions, which is cool. SvelteKit doesn't do that. I think it suggests pnpm or something, or just says npm and then use pnpm or yarn or whatever you want. And everything is installed. Great. It does start with a package log, it seems, which is interesting. It is a Git repository already. Initial commit from create next app. Cool. So we can delete this package log. And we can examine this package.json. We are getting rid of the package log because bun uses a different type of log file. So it's going to be a bit slower now, but still not that slow. And then we're going to end up with a bun log file. And it's using here icons from the Tailwind team. Cool. Tailwind, of course. Tailwind forms. Vercel, Postgres, we're going to use this later. Types node. It's interesting how they're using node 20 here for the types, even though Vercel only supports up to node 18. Which is a bit sad. They did they did deprecate node 16, I think, lately. So they deprecated node 16. Now they have node 18. But where is node 20? What's happening there? Anyway, already on a rabbit hole. Interestingly, they are switching between dev dependencies and actual dependencies. That's always a blurry line with modern meta frameworks because they kind of pack everything at the build time anyway. So at runtime, you may be using those libraries, but it's kind of confusing. And they're also not using arrays for some of them. Wonder why. I wonder why. I guess this is the class names, but for CSX, they have post CSS as a dependency as well. So this for the validation. Sure, they have a prettier dependency, but not a prettier file, which I guess makes sense. But since they do have Tailwind as well, they should have installed the prettier package for Tailwind too. Let's see if the dev server runs before we do anything hasty. It runs. Let's put this on the side. For code, we can see it nicely here. You can see it super nice. I'm gonna open the console as well, just so my head is on the console window where I don't usually show something. So anything important should be here for you. So what did I want to do? I just wanted to check the dependencies here. I think if I do one update, nothing bad is gonna happen. Sure. A thing of interest, I imagine if I do banner and build, it's gonna tell me, ooh, interesting. Okay, we'll try to build later because maybe they have something in the course that is preventing this from changing. But what did I want to do? Let's try to npm or npm date save, which I think is gonna update a few things. So types node is newer. And not the array, sure. Auto prefixer has a newer one. Tailwind CSS just released a new version the other day. Types React has a new one. I think that's with the hidden server action methods. And let's add arrays for everything. Keep us in relatively the same version. So did we create another log file? Let's delete the ban log in the node modules and ban install again. Run the server again. Looks like it still works. So my question is, does it work with turbopack? I don't see turbo here. Oh, I don't have a favicon. I imagine that's because they'll want me to add it later. Next.js with turbopack still works. Great. Sweet. So we can focus getting back to the course. They talk about the folder structure. They don't have a format file, so I am gonna add it. We don't have a format script for prettier, so I'm gonna steal this from my other project. And they don't have a step for linting, which is also interesting. And I am gonna copy my prettier config. The good thing about prettier is that you don't need to worry about styling and all of that. However, clearly you should be using single quotes and not semicolons. Also, we're gonna add the prettier plugin for Tailwind CSS. That's the thing that's gonna order the Tailwind classes nicely for us. Essential. So let's run our format script now and see the damage. Everything changes, but everything still works. Great. With fewer semicolons. The fewer unnecessary things you see, the better. Placeholder data, blah 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 blah. Running the dev server, it doesn't say anything about turbopack. We've completed the chapter 1. So the takeaway from this was install the prettier plugin for Tailwind. Turbopack does work. And was there anything else I didn't like? No prettier config, which is fair enough. Maybe if you haven't been poisoned with a semicolon, no semicolon discussions, you don't need it. But you actually do need a prettier file, because the way 3 works, you need to specify the plugins you're going to be using. So Yeah, here's my opinions. Feel free to use them. I only kinda care for the semicolon one. Single quote is from my PHP days, where single quote versus double quote was something different. So chapter 1. Chapter 1 is completed. Start chapter 2. CSS styling. Great. Homepage doesn't have any styles. Yeah. Default browser styles. Maybe. Yeah, these have to be the default browser styles. I can recognize that padding anywhere. Class names conditionally with CLCSX. There used to be a class names package that I use with React projects. I guess that's newer, better maintained. They've added a global CSS file in the app UI folder. Interesting. I wonder, like they're trying to make components self-independent, like they take care of all their own stuff, and then they have a dedicated UI directory. I don't know. Don't know about this, but it's semantics. All right, so we need to go. So they have a global CSS already made for us, which I imagine is going to be populated with Tailwind stuff. Yeah, so they're bringing in Tailwind here, and they're doing like some CSS hacks for a few edge cases. Interesting. Let's bring in this file in our root layout. Ooh, something I didn't do before. I do like having a source folder. I guess they're saying that the app is now the source folder, but I don't like that. And I would have like the lib directory beside the app directory, not inside the app directory. I don't know. Let me know if I should stop here and just follow the playbook instead of moving files around. NVMRC, I also like using Volta to pin no dependencies nowadays. So let's do that. Git ignore should be fine. They have a .NET example, sure, good. And what was I talking about? Yeah, the root directory. I like having a source directory. I think that was a mistake by Next.js initially that they've corrected, because now they account for source directory. So now is the time to have their examples have a source directory. I imagine there's gonna be some weird module resolution here in their tsconfig. So this just goes to the root, but I would like this to go to source something. I think that will fix finding files for us. And yeah, personally, I would pull this out of app since they have nothing to do. Well, they have something to do with the app, but they're not directly related to the routes. So let's see if we can actually do it. I think we're doing it. I think it's gonna just work. Maybe not. Can always revert back. This is why we committed before. Look, we need to type less things. They're not nested inside the app directory. I guess they have this ready for us to use later. I'm gonna do a big search later for this @app thingy. This one was hidden. These two were hidden. All right, will the dev server run now? Does. It works. All right, the moving process worked. All right, so we've done that. UI fonts, they don't find it anywhere, but I guess that's something they'll have us to do in the third chapter, which was like font optimization. I have a video on that, by the way. I have 2 videos. One with Next.js, one with Vercel, but the Next.js one is older, so there is value here. Right, so back to what this chapter wants me to do is go to the core root layout file, which there is only one, and I am not going to change this into a fat arrow component just to get on with it. And import @app global CSS. Where did we actually put it? I don't know where it is. Ah, yeah, of course, UI. So app UI global CSS. So that's definitely a file that would just put here in the app directory. Why do they have it here? That makes no sense. Because it's the UI. But the only thing that imports it is here, like collocated. There you go. So save, and this should look nicer. Save the file. Client reference chunks not found. Interesting. We are using turbopack, so let's see, does it work with regular pack? Yeah, it works with Webpack. And if I do turbo, yeah, it works. It works, no worries. Let's look at our Tailwind company as well. So now they have this old school thing where Tailwind is scanning like specifically the pages directory, which doesn't exist, the components directory, which doesn't exist, and this wrongly named app directory. So instead of having all of this now, just say scan in my source folder and you're good to go. And I would be tempted to, not search JavaScript files as well, like non-JavaScript here. But if people copy it, they're going to get in trouble, so I'm not going to delete it. Right. So does it look even better? Do they have like some Tailwind classes by default? They do. Nice. All right. So we were hitting the wrong directory. So even if you don't change directories, like you don't need these two. You're not gonna have them. These are legacy Next.js. Never use them again. But I would say put everything in the source directory and then scan in your source directory for your Tailwind classes, and then you'll be happy. And this is responsive, it looks like, which is great. One of the problems with using this boilerplate is that you see these errors, and I don't like making things worse for the user, for the person going through the course, and then telling them fix it with like these errors. Because now you're setting up different things. Like if the first thing you do is resolve these errors, I'd be happy. That's all right. That's an accepted way to teach. But you're trying to do something else. They're telling you to do something else that still doesn't resolve these errors. That you could be what's in the red. You know, they take your attention. So I don't like that. Look at global CSS. You're styling elements with blue, sure. It's full of Tailwind. And they're saying nest everything in a div class. I think they're saying nest this. Let me double check. Above the p element. Oh, interesting. So this is a self-closing element. It's adding like it's doing a thing. It's also not formatting well. Why? Pity it doesn't seem to be working for me, which sometimes happens. Right, we do see a black triangle with what we've done. I do like reinforcing learnings with quizzes at the end of courses, but you're learning it's your learning here that you see a black triangle. I guess it shows that you did it correctly, which is okay. But I'd love for some theory to be here. Like, what does Tailwind do? And then you have a multiple choice, and then you have to respond. I find this is better. It's good to change the context for learning better. I guess people have shorter attention spans, especially nowadays. So it's good to rejig what you're doing. So instead of just code, here's a quiz. That's good. It's really good. But I did integrate the quiz a bit more. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Question: why doesn't auto formatting with Tailwind work? And indeed, I think it will have rearranged these classes. I think the answer is that I need to restart the editor. Yeah, now it works. Sometimes, especially when you change the prettier config, I guess it may work. And what we've done with Tailwind gets these classes back in order. So if you can see here, if I just say, or if I say border 2, border red 500, it's gonna position them in a standard place as far as the Tailwind developers feel, and that's great. Like I don't want to be guessing where to put my classes. I don't want to waste time thinking, should this go first, should this go last? And also, if it's not a valid Tailwind class, then it's gonna put it at the start. So that also gives me the confidence that if those get ordered, then I've used an actual Tailwind class and I didn't make things up again. Right, so Tailwind. I love Tailwind. I have many videos about it and live streams. CSS modules. I love CSS modules. What are we gonna do? Are they gonna complete the triangle? They're gonna use like the same thing here. Sometimes I do use them both. Sometimes I use inline styles. Even. So yeah, I'm not gonna create this module. CSS modules. Does it increase the global scope of CSS classes, making them easier to manage across different files? How did they make this up? Provide a way to make CSS classes locally scoped to components by default, enabling better modularity and reducing the risk of standard conflicts. Or do CSS modules automatically compress and minify CSS files for faster page loading? What do you think it is? Maybe from the way I delivered it, it's kind of obvious that it's... I think it's this. And it is. Yay. Right, so interestingly enough, sometimes you want to conditionally apply classes. That's very likely you'll want to do this. Svelte has a great way to do this. But React has a library where you can do this, I guess. Why is still SX and PM? Is it like more popular than class names? It's pretty popular. Get with the times, Johnny. It's pretty popular. Almost equally popular. Does it like work with JS Expector, or does it work with Tailwind specifically? Like what's the deal? Right, I'm not gonna do this. Don't want extra autocompletion. For once, I have GitHub Copilot that does assist classes. Anyway, right, so localhost 3000, this should look like this now, great. We're not gonna do the CSS modules thing. And let's apply these classes. Invoice status here. Oh, they're actually using it. They don't want me to do anything. They've done everything fun already. So if this is truthy, they apply these classes. If this is truthy, they apply these classes. If they're not truthy, they don't apply them. So the key of this object is the classes you want to apply if the condition is true, and ignored if the condition is false. And I do like that you can pass in the string of all the other classes that you have. So it's nicer than doing the template syntax thing anyway, if you want like something dynamic here. If you can pass in variables, so if there is a variable here, you can pass it in here and it will just work. You don't need to do the turning this into a template literal and then applying this. You don't need to do that when you use class names or CLSX. All right, so we've done that. Which components do this? So the button uses it, latest invoices uses it, breadcrumbs uses it, Pagination uses it, status uses it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. Which one of them using to conditionally apply class names? So this one doesn't. I guess you can, this is a better example of how it is handier to just pass in the variable instead of doing the template literal thing. Anyway, this one doesn't. Latest invoices. This is commented. So not sure if this counts. Breadcrumbs doesn't. Pagination, oh, it's a comment again. Status definitely does. So is status, status and status. So it's one of those two. So let's see. Nav links, nav links, nav links. Oh, doesn't even use it at all. So it must be table. Must be table. What's happening? Am I in the correct table? Am I getting stumped by this? Okay, it's called CLSX. They don't even use it. Status uses it. I don't use it conditionally apply class names. Nav links. Am I crazy? Nav links doesn't. And table doesn't. Neither do. Right? Am I crazy? This doesn't use it at all. And there are two table TSX. This one definitely doesn't use it. And this one doesn't use it either. They both don't use it. Oh my god. I'll do this. But it's not true. Raise issue. Yeah. Oh well. Other styling solutions, yeah, use as if you're still in 1996 to 2006. CSS and CSS libraries like style components, use this if you are in 2015 to 2020. That's it. Chapter 2 completed. Did we actually do anything? We imported this global CSS, which I will not be applying my reset because the course isn't telling me anything of the sort. So the only thing we actually did, I know we added this triangle that I can only assume we were going to delete it eventually. We imported the global CSS that they've created for us. And yeah, that's it. Sure. Yeah, we'll take a short break for coffee. I have it here, don't worry. It takes me a while to make it. So we did the getting started and we did the CSS styling. Optimizing fonts and images is next. Exciting. Here we go. Optimizing fonts and images should be good. By adding a custom fonts, that's another spelling mistake. I should be raising issues for this, but this is always like, how does anything get done? Much less what these geniuses manage to get done like year after year and month after month. How does anything get done when there are like 2,333 open issues? And then you have Johnny getting in, it's like, I think this is grammatically incorrect. You shouldn't have an A here. I don't know, but these heroes managed to do it. Legends. How to add custom fonts with next font? I'll have opinions on that, I'm sure. How to add images with next image. So this is awesome, and I love that this is very early on in the project. One of the most important things is getting great core web vitals. And a very good way to sound knowledgeable is to know a lot about core web vitals. Next.js does a lot of the hard work for you to avoid the biggest, the easiest to solve and yet sometimes big problems with your core web vitals. Bringing in fonts from a third-party domain is one of them, or bringing in unoptimized fonts and big fonts, and bringing in images and not accounting for all the tricks you need to do to not have layout shift, or having them be unoptimized when you can use better formats we have available nowadays like Avif and WebP. That's like huge wins. You can be paying consultancies like huge amounts of money to tell you, hey, you need to resolve these things, and then you try to scramble to figure out how. Next.js teaches you in chapter 3, this is how you should be doing this, so you'll have great core web vitals which correspond to a great user experience. Like, please go to my Google Fonts video if you'd like to know more. But I'm not just saying this, like I only make videos that people are asking for or I think people will find useful. I've given similar talks many times in my life about this. Companies care a lot about this and users care a lot about this, even though they don't know, they just know this site is slow or whatever else and they bounce. No rambling. Oh, they ramble. Why optimize fonts? Fonts play a significant role in the design of a website, but using custom fonts in your project can affect performance if the font files need to be fetched and loaded. It may cause layout shift after you've loaded the font and all of that. Next.js can automatically optimize fonts. So they're saying that one of the best ways to have a brand is to use a custom font and not the font everyone uses. Don't use Helvetica or whatever else. So web fonts were groundbreaking in that, made it easy, but it's often not performant. And if you bring in the Google CDN, you can watch the video of why that's a problem. Next.js will inline or auto-host the font or whatever magic they do. So let's see. How does Next.js help in optimizing fonts? Like it feels like if I fail this, I need to resign. Stream's over. It causes additional network requests, which improved. This is, more network requests, more performance. It's the logic behind this. It disables all custom fonts. This used to be the way to go. Like you tell your designer, no custom fonts. We need to just use the system fonts. And then they tell you, no, but no, they look so ugly. But then you tell them, well, I'm not going to bring in 0.5 MB of fonts, sorry. It preloads all fonts at runtime. This is interesting. This is something that you may get confused in at. It hosts font files with other static assets, so there are no additional network requests. So preload is a trick that you can do like a pre-connect or something like that with Google Fonts even. So it's not what Next.js is doing. I don't think that's super accurate though. It hosts font files with other static assets, so there are no additional network requests. It does have no additional network requests. I'm sure of that. But sometimes they achieve this by inlining the fonts. But I guess they mean that they inline the CSS definition and then they point, the CSS definition points to a font file they've self-host. Anyway, they're looking for this. No resignation needed. Stream still goes. Let's add the primary font. All right, so they say how to do it as they do in the examples. I wonder if they're saying how to do it with Tailwind as well. Yeah, anti-alias, I apply this differently. So the thing with Tailwind is that it is using Inter as its default font. So they're doing a trick here and you don't need to configure anything more. But that's a danger as well, because if you do this with another font you selected and it doesn't appear, you're like, what happened? And you don't know that it's because Tailwind applies the Inter font by default. So if you bring in something else, it's not going to work. So just to add some value in the stream, I guess I will do it the font variable, the variable font, the CSS variable way. And We are gonna bring in inter, even though it's boring. But let's optimize this and about our fonts. We're gonna bring it in with CSS variables. Check this out. We're gonna do it this way. So I imagine that this is telling me to do this in the layout. Oh no! They have a UI fonts. They have a UI fonts. They have a UI fonts. They don't have a UI fonts. They're telling me to create a UI fonts. All right. You use this file to keep the fonts that will be used throughout the application. I disagree. Why not have them in the layout file? UI fonts. Have them here. Like, this is where the CSS stuff goes. This is the root layout. This layout is going to be bringing in all the fonts. Yeah, so bringing it here. VS Code is not clever enough to know that we're going to bring in this in here. So inter, we're going to do substance Latin, as they suggest, but we're going to use a CSS variable for this. And we're going to call it font sans because it's sans serif. And that makes it quite easy to copy paste a lot of the configuration we're going to do from project to project. So instead of saying, oh, it's font inter as a CSS variable, like don't name it as the thing that it is, because then you're just wasting a variable. Like, why is it a variable? It's a variable because it can be many things. So it represents the sans font that you've chosen, that in this project is inter, but could be anything. So you can more easily like switch this out to something else afterwards. And the way to apply the CSS variable is not like this, is like this. You apply the font sans dot variable here. So I guess we can apply it to the HTML. But then you need to go to Tailwind as well. And specify that for your sans font, then we're gonna use the one that's specified in the CSS variable. So let's go to the Tailwind config. And it says extend. I guess extend everything. Font family sans. It's an array. I don't think it needs to be an array anymore. Anyway, so we're gonna apply font inter. No, we call this font sans. So Tailwind applies the sans font by default. So now it has indeed applied Tailwind font, the inter font here. So if we go to compute it right down here, my face is there so you can see it. I'll drag this out just a bit, or quite a lot. You can see that the font family is inter, but it's hashed. So if the font updates, I guess the cache will bust thanks to the hash. Thanks to the hash. Bust the cache due to hashing. Why is the way I'm doing this better? Well, if someone is quick in the chat, they can tell me their favorite font and we're going to use it. Well, let's use a color font actually. Color fonts seem a bit dodgy. Favorite sans font. If you want to tell me in the chat, I'm gonna pick it. Inter is the one that we're using, so let's try to find someone that's not similar to Inter. Now, if I change things to playpen, sans, and I save, you see that immediately the font is applied. I then need to say, oh, I need to change the CSS variable here. I need to change this from font inter to font playpen, and then apply font playpen, and then go to Tailwind config and say that I'm using playpen. Like, you don't need any of that. Just one place, you've changed this, you're good to go. How often are you going to be changing fonts? Probably not that often, but you know, especially early in the project, it can happen. And why do more moves when few do track? We are going to use inter now because we're following the chapter. And it is suggesting to add the anti-aliased class in the layout, I guess. Oh, it's saying add it to the body. It's saying add both of them on the body. It doesn't really matter. So interestingly, they could be using CLSX here too. Is it even called CLSX? Yes. So apply this class and apply auto anti-aliased. And this, you can see, it makes it look a bit better in this resolution. I have CSS reset on my own, which is based on Joscomo's excellent CSS reset. Check out Joscomo, especially Frontend Legend. I just can't get enough. So nice. Anyway, I'm wondering, should I just apply this now and be happy? Or not? Because I'm reminded of this because this is where I do apply the anti-aliased reset. I'm not gonna do it, just follow the course. I do think a nice CSS reset is something that you should understand. So I guess that's why I showed Josh's blog post. Feel free to check it out. Secondary font. In our fonts.ts file, which we didn't create, so we don't have a fonts file. Ooh. Right, so in many places they have this thing where they're getting the font. All right, so now I get where they're going for. For your main font, have it in your layout, I guess, but they have some components that want to use the secondary font. But with CSS variables, you don't need it. You don't need it. You can just say apply the secondary font, right? Maybe not. I'm not sure. I'm still thinking if this makes sense. But let's see how that other font looks. So what's it called? Lusitana? Right, so it's a serif font, which is fair enough. And what they're doing is that they are applying like this font. How does it get brought in? just by virtue of being part of that file, I guess. But it does get imported in because it gets included there, and it only gets imported in once. So I think I'm still gonna do it in the layout file. So check this out. I'm gonna call this font serif. I'm gonna bring in Lusitana. No subset Latin. We need to specify a font weight because they don't have a variable font there. Whoops. So let's just say 400. Wait. 400. So pro tip. Use variable fonts. It's 2023. And we can apply our font serif here. Variable. And we can go to our Tailwind config and say that our serif font, well, that's in the font serif variable. And now we can go to, I don't know why I'm yelling, I'm sorry. Now I guess I think we may, if the stream goes off, it's because there is a lights out, blackout situation here, but I think the power is back. Kinda dodgy, but if it disappears, that's what's happened. I have like a power breaker and an emergency battery charger, so I'm still on, but I don't know how long it will last. I think the power is back, but I'm not sure. All right, what were we doing? We wanted to add this. Not page TSX. Page TSX. Right, so I guess they're claiming that you only need it in this file, but we'll see. We'll see. We may change it later. Hello, Nilan. Nice to find you here. So let's uncomment this. Acome logo. What? UI fonts. So in Acome logo, I guess they're trying to bring in this, but we don't need it. All we need is the Tailwind class font serif we've created. So this doesn't need to be a template literal even. And now we have this with the nice font. Nice. All right, so I guess if we're not using this Lusitana font in every page, we don't need to bring in the font in any page. So they are only bringing it into the page here. But I guess we can do that as well and see if it still works. So if we don't add the font here, you can see that the font defaults back to something weird because it's not loaded properly. And in the page, they seem to add it to the p tag, but do they mean? Surely they don't mean that. They mean the main element here. So let's bring it in. And let's apply it here. the font serif here. Now, a font serif variable. Now you can see that this is back on. So I guess we could have a UI file that has all the fonts that we are using. And if a particular page needs it, then it imports it and uses it, or a particular component. But I'm not sure about that idea. I don't really like it. For now, since we have no other page, I would keep it in the layout file, but I'm following instructions and I will keep you updated. The SvelteKit video, yeah, thank you for watching, as always. I think if this stream and class goes well, maybe I'll do the same thing and we'll try to follow the Next.js course, but do it with SvelteKit, because I think that'd be fun to see, compare and contrast the different ways the two libraries do things. For example, how they do fonts. So for now, since we only have one page in the app, I would keep this font just in the layout. This is a premature optimization, but I'm keeping it in because that's kind of what this is telling me to do, even though I'm sure the solution is going to be quite different. Like they have this font file, they're applying it here, and welcome to Acme. Huh. Ah, they want this to be like font serif too. Let's see. Okay. Sure. Right, I'm gonna give in, and I am gonna create this file. I am gonna call it fonts.ts, and I'm gonna export the font sans. So I'm gonna import the interfont and use it in the layout. And similarly, in that one font file, I'm gonna export the serif font. Here. So I don't particularly agree. We won't need to bring font serif variable for the class name, as they suggest, because we're using the CSS variables, which is great. But I can see that maybe you have like 3 layouts or one layout that uses this font, but maybe 2 pages that, or the layout doesn't use this font by default, your serif font, but there are a few pages that do, individual pages. And if you have more than one page that uses it, but at least one page that doesn't use it, then you may want to have the core fonts file, so you don't have to do this like twice. But it's definitely like premature optimization. As it is now, you have one route layout, should be bringing them both. And let's try to find the import. So everywhere else, like we haven't seen these places before, but we don't need to bring in the class name. That's the beauty of Tailwind, I guess, and using the CSS variable. Even if we're doing CSS module, the beauty of the CSS variable would be that we could just say, use this font. So let's use it here. Again, we don't need this. Again, we don't need it. Whoa, so many classes. I feel better when I remove imports, doesn't everyone? And I do feel better removing curlies as well, which is what we're doing here. Nellen asks, do many jobs use SvelteKit or Next.js? Next.js is huge. Lots of companies now have legacy code bases that are in Next.js, older versions of Next.js, and modern versions. As I said in the beginning of the stream, React developers are easier to combine than Svelte developers. So a lot of companies will make the technological choice, the practical choice to write in Next.js, so they'll be able to get good React talent and fill in the roles there. Companies are using SvelteKit though as well. I guess the most famous example is that Apple Music for the web is a micro front-end solution and it has some Svelte in there, but it's definitely getting there. Personally, if I need internationalization or if it's a huge company, I suggest React for the easiness of hiring and how well they do internationalization and how they do open graph images. SvelteKit for everything else, because I do find it's easier to write, more pleasurable to write, and it looks more than like vanilla HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I think there are jobs for both, though. Two more of these should be useless Lusitano imports. Here they are using CSS to escape the template literal. Interesting enough. I guess because they're bringing it in this file anyway. Alright, with refactor we don't have many pages, but just to prove my point again, let's go to Google Fonts and find any serif font. Let's use Nabla, I guess. Let's say actually my serif font is going to be Nabla. I'm going to use it here. That's the one file where I'm going to change this, and immediately it's going to take effect everywhere. So imagine all the refactoring I did in like 10 files now. I'd need to touch them again because the designer said, well, we're not going to use Lusitano, we're going to use something that's very likely Lusitana, but not really another serif font. You'd say, no problem. I just need to change this one file, not like every file that uses Lusitano directly, and you're good to go. So I think that's a huge step. But with that, the font section is done, but then we have images. Wow, huge and important up there, actually. Wow. You would add an image as follow. Again, S missing, like raise a PR, raise an issue with the docs. It's like, you need to add an S here. But what can you do? It is wrong, what can I say? So the vanilla way to do images: ensure your image is responsive for different screen sizes, specify images for different devices, prevent layout shift, lazy load images. All of these are hard to do. If you're using SvelteKit, for example, there is a Vite loader that is gonna make this a bit easier to create the source set, to make different versions of a single image, create WebP versions or a VIF versions or whatever. But that's more work. That's one of the reasons you would choose Next.js, because it's so much easier to just use Next image and get those optimizations for you. And the SvelteKit way, you'd need to rely to a third party for third-party images as well. So Cloudflare, like there are quite a few image solutions, but you need to tell your third party for your images that are not inlined in your repo, the ones like your user avatars, you'd need to have a third party signed up to say, I'm going to store my my avatars with you, and you are responsible to bring them in as WebP in my app or whatever I tell you. With SvelteKit, you can use Vite to import your local files nicely and do the image optimization, but for user avatars, you cannot do that because you don't know what avatars your users are gonna be uploading. You're not gonna store them in your repo, so you'll need a third-party solution. With Vercel, since they have everything nowadays, they have their own image solution that they are kind of selling you, I guess. They have a generous free tier, but if you go over a limit, then you need to pay for it. But that's fine. I value my time more than my money. So let's see how the image component works. Serve images model formats like WebP and Aviv. Aviv is not in by default. We may create it. Let's see. What is one benefit of using the image component? It generates multiple sizes of each image for different devices. They opened with a good one. It converts all images to JPEG format. That may have been a solution a few years ago, actually. It deletes unnecessary images to improve performance. That doesn't need to be done, I guess. It increases image resolution for better quality. So it's number one. Cool. Stream goes on. Let's add the desktop hero image. So on the app page, it's telling me to bring in the image component. And I need to manually provide width and height because the source is on the public directory, I imagine. So we're gonna use this image. Sure. If we were inlined, then it would be doing it correctly by default. So in page, they want me to add the image here. I can paste. Copy pasting isn't that good for learning. You should probably do it by yourself. But the path of least resistance, I know that engineers, if they're able to copy and paste, they will copy and paste. That's why sometimes when I do workshops, like I intentionally have images, so you don't need to type it out, but it depends on how diabolical I'm feeling. Right, so we have this here, bringing in next image and all of that. So I'd have expected an image to appear here. But no image is appearing. Oh. It's hidden by default, of course. I see, they're gonna make me do like a responsive trick. Interesting. Maybe. So this doesn't look quite nice. So they could have done with a different breakpoint here. But I guess if I go to localhost here, we can see we did bring in this image. That's gonna be automatically on the correct format. The best format that my browser supports, because maybe my browser is the latest and greatest, but another user may not have WebP or Aviv support, even though it's almost everywhere nowadays. You never know. Right, let's do it again. Here it is. No copy paste allowed. I need to do it myself. Sure. So no copy paste allowed, but you can copy and paste your own code if you want. And it says 560, 620. And interestingly, this does correspond to reality, to how big the image actually is. But this is not, this is bigger than the image. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Anyway, it should be hidden on MB and block by default, like mobile first class styling. So block is going to apply here and we can see it, but then it's going to be hidden. You can see when we hit the MD breakpoint, we switch to the other elements. Cool. See the solution? Yeah, we did it. We didn't do it. We messed it up. We didn't bring in the correct image. Hell, we brought it in now. All right, then I guess we can put this image first. And we're good to go. We could also be inlining or importing the images directly. And then we wouldn't need to specify width and height. It would take it by default and also have the blur up placeholder. They don't tell me to add the priority flag, which I would imagine we would need to. I'd imagine that this is going to be the largest colorful paint. And indeed, we do get a warning about this. Saying here that this Hero Mobile thing is the largest colorful paint, and you'd probably want to add the priority property here, which I am going to do. Add it on both. If they do get loaded, then it's going to take the priority thing. They don't mention anything in this chapter. I am gonna do one more thing, which is enable a VIF, which is a better format. It's better to compress it without losing any further information, even better than WebP. But I guess we're just splitting hairs, it's not that much better. But it makes you look cool if you do it. So I'm gonna extend the next config. Wow, they have nothing. And say, give the images. By default, if you don't specify anything, it's going to create image WebP if it can. It's going to check what the browser supports, and if it can do image WebP, it's going to do image WebP. Here, we can also tell it if the browser supports a VIF, then give it a VIF. The drawback of this is that it takes a bit longer to create the first image, the VIF version of the image, than it does to create the first WebP version of the image. But if you have your CI hitting your deployment, then you're gonna not gonna run out of this problem. Your users are not gonna run into this problem. The image is gonna be created for them before. Anyway, and it's a slightly better format, so use that one. Good. True or false? Images without dimensions and web fonts are common causes of layout shift. Images without dimensions and web fonts. So it's not images without web fonts. It's like two things. Images without web fonts. Images without dimensions, number one cause of layout shift. And web fonts, number two cause of layout shift. They are the most common causes. You can pay people tons of money about this. More reading. Oh. I will still link to my video here. But of course it's not Next.js specific now. More to learn here, but I guess this means that we've completed chapter 3. Well done to us. Let's commit. Here we go. Good chapter overall, for sure. Cool chapter. Small break. So optimizing fonts and images, a huge chapter, very important chapter. Again, I do like that they have this quite early on, just chapter 3. It is a big one. I mean, I did have quite a few different suggestions on how to do fonts, or rather, what they were suggesting, but you know, it happens. That's why you're here, to see what my unique insights are. All right, so creating layouts and pages. I can only imagine this is gonna be much faster, and that they're gonna have lots of things for me to uncomment and copy and paste. Let's see. In this chapter, we'll create the login and dashboard pages using file system routing. We'll understand the role of folders and files when creating new route segments, create a layout that can be shared between multiple dashboard pages, understand what collocation, partial rendering, and root layout are. So they're talking about nested routing. If you've been in this channel before, even if it's a SvelteKit stream, you know about this, because there was a cool back and forth of remix inspiring like SvelteKit, SvelteKit inspiring Next.js, Next.js inspiring SvelteKit again during the development process. I love how great ideas like converge and all these great minds work together in the end for better frameworks for us developers. Anyway, we kind of know that now the new way to use Next.js is with the app directory, and everything you have here should reflect URLs that your users should be going to. So no further directory from app. It's gonna look for a magic page .tsx, and it's gonna render whatever is in that page tsx, but wrapping it inside a layout. Then if we have other directories, this should correspond to wherever we want the user to be going. So I guess they're gonna have us add a dashboard route, and we'll need to create a dashboard directory which will have a page tsx. It's gonna be the UI for that route. That's my suspicion. Let's see what they want us to do. Dashboard invoices is their example. And a login page specific, sure. Yes, the first one they want us to do is a dashboard directory. Cool. So that's because I'm rogue. I'm gonna go to the dashboard path as a user. This page cannot be found. And then we're gonna create in app, source app, dashboard, page, tsx, not plus page, .svelte, that's a different thing. And in here we're gonna paste in whatever these guys wanted us to paste in. When we save, and then we're in the dashboard page. Great. And we're still inside the layout, although it may not be obvious because our layout doesn't have like too much, but it is indeed inside the layout. The proof is that we do get the Tailwind CSS reset and all of that, the fonts and all of that anyway. Sure. So personal preference, I do prefer using fat arrow functions for everything instead of actual functions. Functions named function, and I do like named exports versus default exports, but especially with this one I think I'll have to give it to like Next.js. The convention is too strong. I understand that they need the default export for the magic to kind of work, and they do reserve named exports for all their magic, so well, that's inside, doesn't really matter. We made it here. We can collocate UI components, blah, blah. Great. Why do you have a root UI directory? I don't know. Practice. Let's create some dashboard pages. We want one for customers and invoices. Sure. And I guess we can copy this, and they want customers, paste that in, and invoices, paste that in. And this is invoices page, and this is customers page. And indeed, if we go to customers, if we go to invoices, this may be a great point to introduce Playwright and browser testing. Because instead of checking manually, why not have the test runner do it? And I think that engineers would feel cool having the test runner do this check instead of manually doing it. But I'm not sure. That's something I'm thinking about. Okay, so we did this folder structure. We created customers and invoices. Page.tsx, great. The file directory after app reflects the URL that the user goes to. Great. And now they want a layout that's going to have some side nav and all of that. So it seems that the pages we created are going to be rendered inside here, but they'll also have a side nav. Cool. They're telling us, just trust me, bro, and just do it. So let's just do it. So it's going to be the root, not the root layout, the layout for everything on the dashboard, including the collocated plates. So layout.tsx, this is in the UI folder. So they're talking about collocation. Why do they have the dashboard elements in a different directory under UI? Why don't they have them here? I think they should. Maybe they talk about it a bit more. I did rush through this session. They talk about like collocation and stuff. Somewhere. Anyway, doesn't really matter. The point is, when I save this, we're gonna get a nice side nav, I imagine. Wow, and the side nav is actually a top nav because because it's mobile friendly. So actual side nav. This is flipping out for some reason. Is this a turbopack problem? Okay, it's not flipping out anymore. Restarting the dev server. I fixed it. So it's only side nav when you go like on the medium breakpoint or more. It's top nav when it's mobile. So I would just call it nav. Why not call it nav? Pedantic comment. We have added the nav. We're putting this children prop for SvelteKit. That's the slots. The slot. You can check that everything works correctly. Does it look like this? Yeah, you got it. The layout won't re-render. So when we manage to have navigation between invoices, the main dashboard, and the customers, I guess you only render this, not the side nav or the top nav or whatever, which is extremely cool. Good for performance, good for UX. Root layout, I talked about the root layout, I'll talk about it again. What's the purpose of the layout file? Pop quiz hotshot. What's the purpose of the layout file in Next.js? To act as a global error handler, to fetch data and manage state across the entire application, to share UI across multiple pages, to act as the entry point for the entire application. I think to share UI across multiple pages, although the wording is a bit weird here, I guess it'd be hard to say to share UI across components that are under the same path or siblings. Chapter 4. We did it. I knew it would be a quick one this time. Cool one. Let's look at the side nav component. They are using link. Interesting. So from here we can go back to the homepage, maybe not. From here we can go to the homepage. All right. No more spoilers of what may be happening next. Let's just say complete chapter 4. Nice. We do have a long way to go. Navigating between pages, spoiler alert, it was the next thing. All right, we'll manage to do that. We'll enable typed routes as well, since we're using TypeScript, which is still experimental for some reason. Navigation chapter should be quick. And then setting up your database should be fun. Looking forward to it. Fetching data, I say here, that's the bread and butter of web dev. Like if you can fetch data and render it, you're golden. You're a great engineer. If you can even do list view, so many items, and you click and you go to detail view, perfect. That's all you need to do a great job. And no joke, maybe like if you can read data from a CSV file or XLS, Excel spreadsheet, and render that in a nice UI and then sync it, then master engineer. All right, chapter 5. How to use next link? So an active link. So like this. It's quite subtle on my page. You can see there is like an underline here, while there is a solid line on pages that you're in. So if the path name starts, then I have some different UI. I'm not a designer, but I'm quite happy with how this turned out. Anyway, navigating between pages. How client-side navigation works in Next.js. So what are they going to say? Next.js renders from the server to begin with, and then it hijacks and becomes a single page app. So it's on the client side at that point. Let's see. Why optimize navigation? Why not use anchor elements and use the special link element? Right. Oh, they've already set it up nicely. All right, so they have regular anchor tags. And I guess what I said is not true. Since we're using the regular anchor tags, then Next.js is not behaving like a single page app. It literally goes to the next page the old school way, and the server renders and you get the result back. I guess they're gonna say that this is a bit less performant since you get everything back, including the sidebar. But if you do it client-side, Next.js is clever enough to say, all right, sidebar stays, and just stream me the updated pages here. That's all I need. Cool. So no full page refresh on each page navigation, which, you know, would be bad. You can imagine that if you have like the YouTube page with like 1 million YouTube videos, and then you click something and every video needs to reload, that'd be quite bad. Is that how YouTube works? I'm not sure. I'm not gonna check, but I think you get what I'm trying to say. There are quite a few elements that don't need to update every time. That's what we're gonna be saving here. So let's go to the nav links. Ooh. This would be stored in a database. I've never seen all the routes being stored in a database. I guess if it's a documentation website, but then I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So the links have a name or label or whatever. They have an icon and they have an href. And I guess they want me to switch to using the link component. That's all it is. So instead of anchor, it used to be that in Next.js you had to have an anchor element inside the link element, but they figured out that that's silly. So now link is the anchor element itself. You don't need an extra A. And that makes it so easy to switch. I think we're done. And you can see no full page refresh or navigation now. And I guess no network requests either, because we've gotten everything. So that's interesting. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What happened there? Interesting. Turbopack struggles. That's why it's still experimental. So quite a lot of things get fetched after the dashboard there. And then I click the invoices tab. The JavaScript gets streamed in, or the HTML gets streamed in, and then the customers get streamed in, and then the dashboard gets streamed in. But then Next.js knows that you already have all the information. This is cast, I guess, forever. It knows it doesn't have any extra dynamic information. So no more network requests. Great. Well, when we weren't using the link tag, I imagine we're full of network requests. I'm talking about this here. So you can see that I click invoices, a million things come, full page refresh. Customers, a million things come, full page refresh. Use the link and client-side navigation. On the dashboard, tons of things come, but then I go to invoices, just a few things come. Customers, just a few things come. The change things, which is only, I guess, this. So not a lot. And then if I go back to a page I've visited before, no extra requests. Next.js knows nothing else is needed. We're good to go. So I think that's a decent way to explain what I was trying to explain before and what they're trying to explain with the client navigation. Why to optimize it. Why to optimize navigation by using client-side navigation. I think that's quite cool. Cool. So another thing that I would like to do that I don't think is in the docs, in the course, is we can enable an experiment for typed routes. But we cannot because I am using turbopack as well. So in the other project that I have enabled typed routes, which means that I would be getting a TypeScript error trying to feed this link component a link that doesn't exist. So if I don't have a directory corresponding to this, TypeScript would say there is no route defined. This would 404. So don't do it. Don't even think about doing it. It would break the build. And I think that's nice type safety, but I don't think you can use it with turbopack yet. So I'm not gonna do it just yet. So now it's saying, let's use active links. We need to turn the nav links into a client component, not a server-side component, which is not bad. And then we're going to get the path name and only apply a class if the path name matches. Sure. Ready here. And they want to apply this in the link. So we can say CLCX, plug that in. All the classes you had already. I I guess these are all the classes you had already. I'm not actually sure. Hope so. But then conditionally applying busy sky and text blue if the path name matches the href here. But of course, since we're using use something React, since we're using a React hook, we need to explicitly say that this is a client component. And now we can see that the active path gets highlighted, has some extra UI. Nice. Cool. We actually checked this. I was checking for this. I was checking for these snippets to appear the moment like I hover this or something else happens, but it only happens on click. Apparently on production, they do prefetch those links by default. So the navigation looks even faster. But I guess when you're in localhost, this is going to be instant anyway. What does Next.js do when a link component appears in the browser's viewport in a production environment? Does it download additional CSS? I guess kinda. Does it preload images? Does it prefetch the code for the link route? Does it enable lazy loading for the link route? I don't know what's lazy loading in this context, but I guess it prefetches the code for the link route. And if you're using CSS in JS, then it prefetches your CSS. So I think this is kinda correct. But this is what they want. Great. We can keep going. So this was a fast one, but I think I rambled a lot about it. Say complete chapter 5. Yeah. Chapter 6, databases coming up. So I'm guessing we'll actually get to deploy this in this step and see how the Vercel Postgres works, which I've only read about and I haven't personally used because I use Supabase so much for everything. Should be sweet. I can feel my throat getting a bit hoarse, but we can do it. The fun stuff is coming up. These marathon streams. Hope you're appreciating them. I definitely enjoy them. But my body. Alright, break over. Chapter 6. We'll push the project to GitHub. Great. Set up a Vercel account. I have one already. Have like 1 million projects. As you can see, only one is getting the real user experience analytics metric. Because I'm paying for none of this. It's kind of crazy. Oh, Postgres is experiencing degradation. Everyone is trying to learn things, so the Postgres is not quite working. I have used Neon, which Vercel is working with for the Postgres. Oh well, we'll see. They have recovered, so it should work. Anyway, all these projects, the generous free tiers are making it work. I suspect if I keep spinning up databases, they'll eventually make me pay something. Oh well. We're gonna do it for the stream. Yeah, I guess that's it. So what's our README looking like? Contains the final code. Not really. can link to the live stream later, but we'll see. So private through, oh, it doesn't have a name. Can you even do this? Is that legal? Don't you need like a name? Don't you need a version? Is that something that us boomers are doing? What did I actually call this? It's the Next.js dashboard. They made me call this. Sure. I think this is neat because some things get automatically completed if you have a name in Pagination. Cool. So yeah, we'll add links later. I will add links later. You know the stream you're watching. You know the channel. All right, we've created this. It's saying first, create a GitHub repository. Sure. Oh, GitHub desktop app. I don't have that one. I'm not gonna install it. New project. We are gonna call it Next.js dashboard. Let's add Next.js to the spelling. Public repository, as always, for everyone to see and peruse. No get ignored, no nothing. Create it. Push an existing repository because that's what we got. So push these tags. Bam, done. Suggested workflows, that's new. Haven't seen this before. No releases, no packages, deployments, yes. All right, next up, create Vercel account. Cannot do this, already have one. Create a new one. Name your project. So here, I don't need to do it because I added a name in Pagination, as you should be doing. Predicted the correct name. We're gonna get some confetti soon. Blah, blah, blah. All good. So dashboard, Vercel, add new project. Import the latest one we created, Next.js dashboard. Here we go. It's Next.js. It knows. We click deploy. This may be prime time for me to not be talking and raise my voice, but I can't help myself. I'm excited. Building. Not that fast, let me tell you that. But in the grand scheme of things, not that slow. Not even enough time for me to make my coffee. It should be a few minutes. All right, what will they want me to do next? Create a Postgres database, which I haven't done before. So a new storage, just for this. They have a database integration with Supabase. You can see this here, which I think exposes variables like Supabase variables and stuff like that, environment variables. But we are gonna try the Postgres, which hopefully has recovered. I had an incident. And ensure your database region is Washington. So this assumes that my audience is Americans. Let me know if you're American. Or close to Washington even. So it would be cool if they had solved this problem as well. A big thing with Next.js is the edge network, which deploys your app, which I guess responds to the user based on their location. Response from an edge server close to their location. But if the database is far away, then that introduces a bit more latency. But again, backend to backend operations are usually faster than backend front operations, so it doesn't matter that much. But it would be neat if they managed to like replicate this somehow and have you have client databases across the world on the edge network. So you wouldn't need to choose. You could choose like where your main database lives, yes, and then it gets replicated across the world. That's what I'm trying to say. So it seems like every project, every Next.js project that I have is American. Interesting. Ooh. I'll need to open that off stream, but I guess it's public on the repository, isn't it? Has to be. No, sorry, they open the create.env.local for us. Interesting. I would also like to use bun with this, but I guess they're using a Postgres driver that is good with connecting to a Postgres API. Because maintaining a connection pool with a serverless framework, hard to impossible. Right, I've been talking about all of this and we almost missed the confetti. Yay. Looks great on the screenshot, what can I say? No custom domain, no speed insights, but it is somewhere. We got a random URL because everyone is creating Next dashboards. Wow, like full screen, no joke. Impressive. So continue to the dashboard. And what they want us to do again is create a Next.js thingy. I wonder if it's gonna open to this page. It is saying so secret, so I don't think I will leak stuff yet. Maybe I will. I'm not sorry. I may need to do this off screen actually. Right. Add new storage. Postgres. Not Supabase. It's been a while. Click in accept. You accept the new terms of service and all that. So we can call this Next.js dashboard as Postgres. Makes sense. I mean, it is a Postgres database, we know. Default reason, sure. I'll take this to the left, just in case. I mean, not that if I leak this, it's the end of the world. So it immediately went to the next tab, which is not exposing any secrets yet. They have the Postgres Keystly client, which I think is more ORM like. They have Vercel Postgres. They have Prisma, which is cool. They have PG, which is old school. And they have a .env.local. I mean, like here's how to use it with SvelteKit as well. Interesting. Right, so let me copy this. .env.local, and I will show you. Here, paste here. I think I can bring this back. It's not the end of the world. Something bad happens anyway. And I can probably bring this back too. So I've copied my .env.local. It seems that the example tells me to use the Vercel Postgres, but you can also use Prisma, which would be a reason, I guess, to go with the Postgres hosted one instead of Supabase. Or I guess Supabase can be expensive if you have more than one project as well. But yeah, I don't think I would go with Keasley. Vanilla Postgres pretty much here, like vanilla SQL, old school. I wouldn't do it nowadays. Even with PG, I would think that this is a bit too raw for me. Prisma should be doing my migrations as well, which is also essential. PG is good for migrations too. Anyway, nobody wants to talk about this too much. So, oh, they're saying to put this in a .env too. Let's install this. We're not going to try to use Prisma. Now, if we go through everything, maybe we'll use Prisma, but I think it's going to be a bit much for this. So nothing more. There is this, where it says connect to a project, where we can run Vercel link. But I guess we're not going to do this. So the example here uses Vercel Postgres anyway. Oh well, so maybe for seeding the database, it is going to require .env.config, which is not .env flow. Are they using .env elsewhere? Yeah, so maybe I'll switch this up with .env flow, which will try to read my .env.local. Why not? So let's bun remove .env, bun install dev dependency, .env.flow. And they're saying next step, seed our database, create a script to seed our database. Supabase and Prisma have, well, Supabase for sure, but it's been so long since let's use Prisma, I'm not sure. They both have a great migration solution now, for sure. And Supabase does have a seeding solution too, as part of the migrations. And I think Prisma too, but it's been so long. Anyway, they want to execute node require first.env flow config, which should read my .env.local file I created, and then run the script.js file. The script C.js file, which are like, I can't be bothered to use TypeScript, especially when you're working with databases. Like, wouldn't you want to? Oh well. So they're adding the UUID, one of the UUID extensions. Great. So they can generate before IDs which is better, I think, than incremental IDs, especially for users, because you can be like, oh, this person is user 5 or I'm user like 12, so let's check user 11. It's just another attack vector, I guess, that you can avoid just by UUIDs. Anyway, name, varchar. I've heard that you should just use text everywhere with Postgres and not worry about it. I think that's a like premature optimization that you don't really need. But you can use varchar, I guess, to confirm that the name is not too long. But, you know, who are you to say that the name is too long? So why do that? Use text everywhere. Email and password stored in database, hopefully not in text. That's the thing I was worried about when I saw that authentication was part of this, but no solution like Supabase or something else is in there. We're going to be storing the passwords in our databases, which means I'll need to care about salting and hashing and all those things. Again, it's been like 15 years since I last cared about that. Anyway, definitely a way to do auth, but in modern applications, you want to do like magic links, you want to do login with Google or GitHub, you want to do those things. So that's the place where I consider you can't go full Vercel because you would need something else to take care of that. But maybe Clerk.js, which I've seen mentioned, will be doing that for us. I don't know, we'll see. So it does have a password, great. Even for seeds, they have the password. I guess the order of operations here is not guaranteed, so for every one of those, they're like, add this extension. Oh well. But yeah, like no proper SQL file. This is very jungle style development, I'd say. But hey, that's right. Maybe for learning purposes, it's fine. All right, focus. Let's try to seed our database. Have no data. I guess it's waiting here for data to exist and be seeded. We're gonna try to run seed, the seed script we just created. Hope for the best. So the seed file that I was just looking at obviously is doing like some imports here. See, if this was TypeScript, we'd have figured it out before. Without TypeScript, I'm useless. So actually, this is going to be in the source directory. Will it say app anywhere else? No. Right, so it's running this. Sure. Bcrypt. Cannot find bcrypt. This should be run with Node, so it should be fine. It's not going to be like a weird ban thing, I'm sure. But still, so it doesn't install like this specific one. this may be the point where we switch to PNPM to get unblocked. Because I think that's gonna make it work. No, interesting. Interesting. Nothing here about bcrypt. So what exactly don't we have? It's kinda more different. It's saying it can't find Nappy v3. What's Nappy v3? Where is that? So not modules, now we have bcrypt, but it's trying to find something else. Project. So I guess they only do this to have the password. Yeah, as if I knew this would be causing problems. Right, so let's forget the PNPM stuff happened. Let's go back to bun. Let's remove bcrypt and import this. Switch this to TypeScript to import all of these things, and bcrypt we're not going to use. Because I think bun has like a way to do this. I think bun will also read my .env.local by default without needing this. So .env flow. Forget about that. Forget about it. No .env, no .env flow. They remove it manually, I guess. Sure, but what I want to do is run as like something. There you go. Oof. But this is the problem that later we're gonna try to use like bcrypt to test, but it's not gonna quite work. Whoops. Oh well, we'll figure it out. We just want to see the database now and we can change it later. So all we want to do is bun has password. Yeah, and is it? Yeah, it's asynchronous. Bun has. But find bun, I guess. Bun install the bun bytes. And then tsconfig. It's in a different key that I don't remember. Compiler options types. Sure. Compiler options types, bun types. So now we know that this exists, and I think our seed will work. Wow. Oh, of course, it's actually a TS file now. TypeScript for everything. Why wasn't in TypeScript before? I don't know. Nailed it. Timestamp this. Bun makes everything better. Bun makes everything work. It might cause things to not work later when we need to match that user sent the correct password, but we won't be able to because Next.js and Vercel do not use the bun runtime, so we won't be able to do this. But that's a problem for another time. I guess we'll just need to use the same algorithm or whatever. Bcrypt, there you go. Let's use the same. It's too late now. No, it's too late now. We seeded the wrong stuff. We should have done this, I guess. Bcrypt cost 10. It is saying create table if not exists, so it's gonna reseed the users if needed. Anyway, I think this is gonna be fine. So we seed, we added a few things. What is seeding in the context of databases? Deleting all data in the database. Well, maybe the first step, but not really. Importing the schema of a database. No, but they kinda do this because they create the tables now. So I guess yes. Populating the database with an initial set of data, creating a relationship between tables in a database. Right. So in reality, it's C. In practice, since they create the tables in the seed file, it's also doing B and C. So, but I guess they're like, what is seed in the context of a database? They may be doing a different thing, but the answer they're looking for, the correct answer is indeed that populate the database with an initial set of data. Seed. And you saw the data. Okay, so can we see the data here? Do I need to refresh? Yeah. Here's the users. Here's their hash password with the Argon algorithm, I guess. How do I delete every table? Drop table. Let's drop the tables. Okay, let's do this, I guess. 666. Come on. Come on. Oh, Lee Rob. I'm gonna guess that it's Lee Rob even without seeing this. Lee Robinson. Anyway, let's run good old SQL. It's evil rabbit because it's 666, of course. Of course. Oh, we completed the chapter. That's exciting. All right, so before we do that, let's drop some tables. Because if I see this correctly, yeah, it's not checking anything. It's not checking whether the table exists or not. So let's drop every table. Because I think our login functionality will not work because we used different hashing algorithm. So drop table users, or maybe I don't know if they've added constraints. So let's do drop table revenue. What's invoices a table? All right, so let's try it again. Try this again. 1 user, 10 customers, 15 invoices, 12 revenue. And so this looks more like a bcrypt password. So I think we're doing well. And I think this means, what is it here? So yeah, bcrypt, we're not using this anymore. And .env, we're not using it because we're using bun to run our cdn script. Great. Again, we may need bcrypt in the future, but not now. For the login functionality, that's the last step. That's the last chapter. Will we make it there? I don't know. Complete chapter 6, was it? Yeah. Internal server errors. So we killed the server when we were messing around using pnpm. I was quick to blame bun for the seed file not working. Turns out it wasn't bun. Bun saved the day. Chapter 6 done. 7, fetching data. Awesome. This is the bread and butter of web dev, as I like to say. So I imagine they'll have us fetch some data from the database, which is always cool, but it's gonna be like kind of fresh Next.js with more things happening in components. In your UI, you also have actually server components that is fetching some data and then feeding it to the UI JSX part. So I don't know if it's gonna be a long chapter. I'll say, I think that we'll fetch some data and then we'll uncomment some components and loop through them. So maybe not long, but it should be an important chapter, that's for sure. So let's get to it. Learn about approaches to fetching data, APIs, ORMs, SQL. Oh my God, so many things to add to our CV. How server components help us access our backend resources more securely. And what network waterfalls are. How to implement parallel data fetching using a JavaScript pattern. Now, this is very exciting. I'm not gonna actually, read this out loud. We may migrate to Prisma or something in the end as a bonus, or in the next stream or something. When should you not query your database directly? When you're fetching data on the client, when you're fetching data on the server, when you're creating your own API layer to interact with your database. So, should you not query your database directly? You can't query it on the server. You can't query it when you're creating your own API layer. On the client, you shouldn't directly connect to the database, because the way most databases work is with a username and password solution, and you won't want to have specific users for every actual user of your database. So I guess it's kind of possible to do it, but probably not. Probably not. I think they mean this. But they may mean this as well. I'll go away. Ugh. Stream goes on. This is the first one where I was kind of worried that they meant something else. It says it would expose your database secrets, although in theory you could make it so you have a specific user with a specific role and specific permissions and a specific database kind of like API key. I guess at that point it would be a public API key, but no one does this. This would be bad, so don't do it. But in theory, like, I'm sure someone would say, oh, I've made a white paper saying, well, this is the best approach. Anyway, it's not. It's bad. Let's go on. We'll use server components to fetch data for sure. Server components execute on the server, so no worries. We can do promises. And I guess you just go into your database. You don't need to create an API layer and keep juggling stuff around. You don't need GraphQL. The automatically protected from SQL injection, definitely not true, especially if you use the example where it's just SQL, like run this. They allow you to query the database directly from the server without an additional API layer, yes. Although, so many tickets and so many stories are going to disappear if we couldn't just query the database. So a lot of people are going to be out of work. They're not. It's a joke. We'll always find work for talented people. They require you to use an API layer and create endpoints. Got them. So yeah, prepare for SQL injection. It's been a while since I've had to custom make like prepared statements and all of that. I don't think they'll ask me to do this now. But I would be able to do it. I'm not going to be exposed on this. SQL. So they're saying that you should know some SQL, and even if you use something else like Prisma, they do use SQL under the hood, and they often have ways to use a raw query with SQL. So usually the ORMs know better than you. They can write better SQL than you, but you should know the fundamentals of SQL, surely. It stands for Simple Query Language, so it was made for people to be able to simply understand, and just instead of going to an engineer to ask how many customers do we have, they would be able to do it themselves using a more natural language. I wonder if AI is gonna help with this. Anyway, they've provided the queries for us. Oh well. So uplib data. Let's see that. We actually just have it in lib data. And they have some queries. Tons of queries. So yeah, this is a thing that you'd rather have an ORM, and especially a magic ORM like Supabase or Prisma really provide, which knows that you do have an invoices table, it has an ID column, it helps you from doing typos, which does happen, or from not knowing that, oh, we didn't run this migration yet, so we cannot run this query yet, and that sort of thing. And joins are easier. Ooh, they're even doing searches. Exciting. I imagine we'll see more of those on the Pagination examples. What does SQL allow you to do in terms of fetching data? Fetch all your data indiscriminately, fetch and manipulate specific data, automatically cast data for better performance, change the database schema on the fly. I think they mean this. Fetch and manipulate specific data. Some of the other ones you can theoretically do. Fetching data for the dashboard overview page. Now that you know SQL, let's fetch some data. This is the meat of this project, this chapter. They have commented stuff like I predicted. They wanted to paste the following code. I see. So is this what they want me to paste? So in the dashboard page, they do actually want me to paste everything. Oh man, pasting is not fun. So font serif is what they actually want here. And all of these, we don't have the up prefix. And Lusitana we're not using. So the moment I say if something cool should happen, just they say yes. And then at some point they will have me uncomment these after I've fed some data. Maybe we're gonna map through some things. Ah, no, actually it's gonna be another component. They're currently commented out. All right, they're saying to fetch data. So this is a bit disappointing because they have the method created for us, the data fetching method created on us. And I think it's a good learning step to be able to write the SQL, right? So, or hit the API, do the fetch request. I think that's an essential step that if this was my course, I would definitely have you writing this out instead of, oh, I've prepared the method for you. All you need to do is await it here and then you pass it along. It's a bit disappointing. It's not even a complicated SQL. I do see they have some types here which are not auto-generated, but they should be helping you from doing something wrong. Guess the answer is no. So your SQL can still be wrong, there is no magic there, but I guess it knows the shape of the data because you pass it in here. Anyway, that's by the by. They should have us write this method ourselves. I think that's a great learning opportunity missed by just doing revenue and uncomment this. Anyway, we should get something exciting here. I save to the left and we should see some cool stuff. I guess not. Error resolving common JS request. Now that could be a bad problem. That could be a bad problem. Let's not do turbopack, just in case. Yeah, was that a turbopack problem? Maybe. All right. Revenue chart has no chart. Don't quite get it. I am on the dashboard page. Not sure. We should be seeing this. I wonder why this is not. App UI dashboard page. Are we not bringing in dashboard somewhere? App UI dashboard. App UI dashboard. So I think this is a typo. This is not nested in UI, it's a dashboard page. So this should have something. And we did log things correctly, right? We just have no records in the database. No, we do have them. They're here. So what's happening here? They're not using revenue. They want me to map this. So it looks like they They forgot something here. They want to comment in this code when you get to this point. This was a bit disappointing. It was supposed to be a cool moment. So uncomment this. Y-axis labels. It's a big thing they didn't tell us to do. But hey. All right, now we're in business. And does it work with turbopack? No. All right, so our intuition was correct. There is something there turbopack is doing that makes it not quite work. So not turbopack for us, but it does mean that we can go to our next config and add the experimental typed routes true feature. Turn that on. And as a reminder of what that can do, we go to nav links. Oh, this one we can't find for some reason. Ooh, because this is not typed, it doesn't quite know it's correct. It's like this can be any string. So let's type this. So now it's happy. And if I try to use a different thing here, I say, oh, this is like invoices, and it's gonna error out. It doesn't quite work as I hoped, but it's all right. So here icons, how does this work? Did it say enter API? Do they not have types? I guess not. Is it because of the at? Here icons React 24 outline. Yeah, it's here and it has TypeScript types. So what's the problem? Not quite sure. But I won't go into the rabbit hole for too long. For some reason, the TypeScript types don't quite work. Oh well, clearly TypeScript only problem. Because the icons do appear on the page, so we shouldn't worry too much about it. Component is representational only Does it mean that these don't change, or what does it mean? I guess they're saying if you want something better, there are many libraries you can use. Not 3JS, which is interesting. I guess Trans.js and stuff are slightly simpler, but still very cool. All right, where were we? Rabbit hole over. Let's continue importing data queries, which I was still upset that we needed to just import the file, the method that does all the work for us. It is saying that make your SQL and database do the work. That's always going to be faster. Essentially, don't filter and sort in JavaScript. That's always going to be slower. And it's one of the reasons where I hate testing implementation details, because very often you'd find that you have a test where you're like, I expect this array to be sorted and this array to be filtered and to call these methods, but that's bad because someone will come in and optimize the whole process and say, actually, I can have the database order these and filter them for me and not need to call these methods on the JavaScript side. But your tests, because they're testing the implementation detail, will be failing, will be like, no. So instead of confidence for your refactor, your test made you less keen to try to do it. Anyway, that's a ramble. Let's keep going. This is the SQL from your data.ts file. Is it? So it's just saying that it's a good idea to do like the orders and stuff in your SQL. It's always going to be faster, and the limit and all of that. Sure. But then it's just saying, you know, look at it. It's good. You don't need to do anything. Just bring in and await them. And I guess later they're also going to tell you, do these in parallel. So it's slightly faster. We may do it immediately. So what do we want to do? No console login. Sure. Latest invoices. Let's do it. Latest invoices, bring it in. Does that component need to be amended? I guess. Delete this. Uncomment this. And then, ooh, alt. No alt. That's not going to be the problem, certainly. Lusitana is not defined somewhere. Serif. Nice. So the image is an avatar, right? Oh, accidentally Robinson. No alt. Right, so we solved this, we're solving this, did just now. I don't know if that's true or not. And we can also do the thing that they'll probably ask us to do. So we're sequentially doing this, but we could be doing them in parallel. It's gonna save us some time. This is especially important for third-party API requests because over the network requests are gonna take longer than these database requests, I guess, which are also network requests. That's why they asked us to hit the thing. But I'm not sure. Maybe they're optimizing something and they're queuing up. I don't know what they're doing. But to ensure that they happen in parallel, we can put them inside the promise all. And then I'm gonna get them like this. And then visually everything is the same, but these two requests happen at the same time. I guess that's why they have a big delay here. At some point they're gonna tell us uncomment this, now they're slow. If you do them in parallel, it's not gonna be as slow. I'm sure that's what's gonna happen very soon. Looks nice. Oh, is it my turn to write SQL? You might be tempted to fetch all invoices and customers and use JavaScript to manipulate the data. I like that they're judgment free. They're not saying, you know, you'd be bad if you're doing this. Anyway, so the card needs the total amount of invoice collected, the total amount of invoices pending, the number of invoices, and the number of customers. So it all counts, I guess. And I'm sure you can do like a single query that does all of this, but a compound query create a new virtual table that is joining all these tables, or I don't know. My SQL is not that's enough. But what they want us to do is fetch card data. Looks like this is what we're gonna be getting out. I imagine that matches. And hey, this just work. And what are you doing here? Oh, it is saying you can probably combine this in a single SQL query, but we're splitting them out to demonstrate how to initialize multiple queries in parallel. Oh, they're doing promise all here. Cool. They're getting this out or 0 and then returning this. Great. And we can do all of this in parallel. Here. So this should work the same, but we're doing all 3 requests in parallel. Great. Reveal the solution. Yeah, it is what we did initially, but we put it inside the promise all. And this we just uncommented. They had us. They handed the rest on a plate for us. Page should look like this on the big screen. Does it? I guess it does. Not quite. What's the Lusitana? It seems that this should be Lusitana font. So did we mess something up? Font serif, that should be fine, right? It's here, sure. So why is it not the serif font? Who sought the serif? Oh, is it because... We are important, we need in this page, but what is this page? This is... Yeah, this is the main page. But actually, we do want the variable font even on the other pages. So I am gonna put it on the layout and then remove that fonts file. Once again. I see what they were trying to do, but don't like it. Don't agree. And in the layout file, this is where we will be doing. I guess I will keep it to the other file, just for the fun. If you want to check out the other project, you can see some consistency. All right, so we brought that back end. Now they look all nice and curly when they need to be nice and curly. Good. Nice. So the requests are unintentionally blocking each other, creating a request waterfall. We pre-solved this, unfortunately. Like, my engineering instincts didn't let me do this. Right, so if the data changes, it also says it won't be reflected in the dashboard. Forever? I guess so. And as we know, casting validation is one of the hardest things in engineering, one of the two hardest, in fact. Request waterfalls saying, oh, we're doing this, and then we're waiting, and then we're waiting. But if we're doing it in parallel, then it wouldn't matter. Like, only the slowest one would matter that it's slow. But here, like, the length of each one is important. When might you want to use a waterfall pattern? To satisfy condition before making the next request. I think that's it. To make all requests simultaneously, that's the opposite of a waterfall. To reduce the server load by doing one fetch at a time. Unlikely, but it's definitely this one. But C, I can see some people saying, well, there is a net case where if you do this, doesn't matter. Parallel data file saying put it in a promise. Great. I have an example there. I've never used all settled because it's slightly newer. I always use promise all. But yeah, Next.js is doing this kind of new thing, I guess, where part of your app may fail and you can gracefully solve something else. So it makes sense to also use this, which also achieves the same thing, that maybe one of your requests failed, but you can gracefully solve the rest of your UI. There's one disadvantage of using this. What happens if one data request is slower than all the others? Then you know what your bottleneck is, and you try to optimize it. You'd have the problem before, even with a waterfall, because you'd have a super long one. Only then it would be in addition to the fast ones. So I think it exposes the problems better. Anyway, looks like we completed lucky number 7. And we're going to 8, and I can only imagine this is a bit of a setup of what they're gonna be talking about next. Cool. We added typed routes, which caused us a bit of a problem. We decided enough with what they're doing with the fonts. Clearly they're using all fonts all the time. So we're gonna bring them in. And what else? Nothing else, really. Complete chapter 7. Boom. All right, static and dynamic rendering. I don't really know what they're gonna be showing here. I suspect it will have something to do with, all right, I want these pages to be static, but I want these ones to be streamed and then tie into the next place. Maybe not, I'm not sure. Let's see. Experimental features that may change. Exciting. Instantly breaking back up. Previous chapter we did something, however, it wasn't ideal, that's what they're saying. Now we're gonna talk about static rendering, dynamic rendering, different approaches, and the limitation of fetching data at request time. So it's talking about static rendering when you build your app, then it makes some static pages that are ready to go and served to you, the users. Great. Usually, statically rendered websites are hard to mess up, so they're gonna be fast by default, I guess. But they're not dynamic. That's a problem, because at some point you won't be able to create a static version of a website for every user you have, because you have millions of users. But you could do the same trick with blog posts, because you'll have a more reasonable amount of blog posts, for example. Oh, why might static rendering not be a good fit for a dashboard app? Because it makes the website slower? No. Because the server load will increase? No. Because the application will not reflect the latest data changes? That's where we're at. Because you need a content delivery network. CDN. Because you need a CDN. Doesn't really make sense. C, I guess that's the problem. At build time, we have 10 customers and we have been paid 3,000 euros or pounds or whatever they're using there. But a day later, we have another customer and more people have paid, but our app hasn't built because we haven't deployed, so it's not going to check the database. It will only check it at the build time. So that's the problem of static data, I guess. That's a better example than however many users you have or blog posts, but related. But it's dynamic rendering, real-time data, or whenever you check, I guess, request time information, such as the user's cookies, URL search params, and I guess the thing they saw with the Edge network as well, where the user is, or they've showed with when they showcased middleware, where they were checking where the request is coming from, and then guessing a language based on the location, and then automatically switching the user to like EL for Greek if they came from Greece, Catalan or Spanish if they came from Barcelona, or US if they came, or English if they came from the US, something like that. So what kind of information can only be known at request time? The database schema? No. URL path? No. Cookies and URL search params. The path you always know, but search params you do not. And they put it with cookies, so it's easier. Making a dashboard dynamic. Vercel Postgres doesn't set its own cousin, so you can do it. With Next.js, you can use unstable no-store. Very exciting. I imagine that if I specify that in this page, I'm gonna use the Edge network, it's not gonna cast it the same, but I'm not sure. So I think they missed a little bit. They wanted to highlight the no store here and there. But hey. So we are in lib data indeed, and they want us to bring in this thing from Next.js. and they want us to use it everywhere. In every method. Fetch revenue. Fetch latest invoices. Fetch card data. Fetch filter invoices. Fetch invoices pages. And fetch filter customers. I guess those are the ones we're using right now. So we've added it, I guess. Oh, there you go. In the page, you can also do the post dynamic. So I imagine there will be a way to specify that this should be stored with a specific key and then something else destroys that cache. Yeah, and cache validation, one of the two hardest problems in engineering. So I'm not quite sure what they're going for. They have the slow request. They want us to go to fetch revenue. So I guess it's not the parallel thing that they wanted to show. Don't do this in real life. They should have like a wink here. And do this. So they're artificially delaying this. And then, like, every request is gonna be like 3 seconds later, which is not ideal. So this is happening. And with dynamic rendering, your application is only as fast as your slowest data fetch, which again is better than your application is only as fast as all your data fetches consecutively in a waterfall. This is strictly better, but still you find that there is a slowest one. So maybe you can optimize that query, make that faster, or I suspect what we're gonna do on chapter 9, since the chapter ended kinda on a cliffhanger, we're gonna stream and say, all right, this is a slow request. We're not able to make it any faster. We can't figure out why this is slow because it's not like something that trivial. There's something else going on there. It's a very complex query. Like, I don't know what it's doing. Let's say this is slow. Then you're like, okay, maybe we can render everything else and stream this when it finally finishes. So the user gets almost everything, and then in the end gets the slow request as well. So pretty cool trick, if you ask me. And we'll see how it works. Out of coffee, unfortunately. So the streaming part with Placeholder UI and app skeletons, I added this excitement because I imagine they're gonna show how this works. I'm very excited for this. I think this is cool and front-facing, like fresh, very new, and a great way to solve the problem we just talked about. I suspect there's gonna be a lot of fun commenting and saying, "Now use this, now use that," which I don't know. Let's see. I think it's gonna be a fast chapter, but let's finish chapter 8. So we didn't do anything fun in this chapter. Degrade performance is what we did. Oh well. Start chapter 9 then. What is streaming and how to use it? Implement streaming with loading.js and suspense. Exciting. What loading skeletons are, what root groups are, and when you might use them, and where to place suspense boundaries in your application. What is streaming? Streaming is when you're waiting for some data, so you're like, let's show some placeholder UI until we know what the real data is, and then we bring it in. Looks nice. Facebook does it, has been doing it for ages. They have that gray glimmer effect. I'm sure you've seen it in various places. So yeah, I guess they're saying that they're kind of splitting up the components, so you're not just showing the page when the slowest component renders. You're showing a meaningful version of the page when the first possible component, the fastest component, renders, and then you keep bringing in the rest. What is one advantage of streaming? Data requests become more secure through chunk encryption. You made that up. All chunks are rendered only after they are received in full. No, that's what we're avoiding. Chunks are rendered in parallel, reducing the overall load time, and usually creates perception to the user that it's fast, like things are going and things are moving and things are appearing, and perception is reality in these cases. We got them. There are two ways we can do it: with a loading TSX file or with suspense. And the whole page. So I guess we'll see the nav. So we have the dashboard, which is now slow because we artificially made it slower. If we create a magic file, loading.tsx, it's a magic file, loading is a magic name here, and we export a component from there, then I guess then nothing's gonna happen. Do I need a suspense boundary as well? Not sure. Unclear. Didn't quite work. Whoops. So app dashboard loading TSX. I put it in the correct place. No, it's UI dashboard. I put it in the wrong place. Like a dum-dum. Because they have this weird like UI. Don't blame others for your problems. Oh, my little doggy is getting agitated. All right, let's see. Do we get some streaming now? Yes, we do. The side nav renders instantly. But this loads after 3 seconds, I guess, because we have artificially slowed it down. Great. Easy. Sidebar static. We saw it immediately. Then blah, blah. We've implemented streaming. This is awesome. Like, I remember doing this like a year ago or whenever they first showed it in a previous Next.js conf. And I'm like, wow, streaming, that used to be hard. Now it's easy. Nice. Unfortunately, they have created the skeleton for us. Although, because I would have been so happy to create this, to design this. Have your users do more stuff. Is what I have to say. Learn more, have more fun. So now, if I refresh the page, we have this nice glimmer effect. I need to fetch my cute doggy for a while. It's been a long stream, hope you understand. But this looks very cool. So 3 seconds later you get this. Cool. Marina, what's happening? Come here. Happy break, everyone. How are you doing? It doesn't like being happy anymore now. That's a huge baby. Oh well. That means I'm not able to show you her, my adorable copper dog puppy, 10 months old. She's right off screen. We may need to cut the stream short. She's getting super agitated. But hey, we've made it to a very cool bit, which is the Skeleton UI. So let's have a look. How are they building this? They are recreating quite a lot of the effects here with a lot of Tailwind classes. And they have this weird shimmer, which I guess is a million Tailwind classes that they've created. Interesting. Using pseudo elements, like to have that thing, I guess, go through. It's cool. What's not cool is what my doggy is doing. Oh well. But yeah. So it is a bit of a weird job to create the skeletons, but I do think it looks quite nice. Like I always enjoy creating Skeleton UI, and there is a cool font that sometimes I use. It's called Placeholder. Is it a color font? I'm not sure. Remove our filters. Task color font. Not text. Oh well, can't find it today. We may find it later. Let's go back to desktop. It's just a font that has some abstract handwriting that's not really handwriting, not made of letters, that can be used with Skeleton UI. But then again, you're bringing in another font for your Skeleton UI, it doesn't make sense. But as you're building your product, then it starts making sense. So, back to streaming. We did this fixing the loading skeleton bug with route groups. What's the bug? Ah, I see. So even if I go here, we see like a quick flicker before the first load of each page, where it does load the Skeleton UI. And that's because we've put it in the dashboard in general. Like we only want to target the main dashboard page, but customers and invoices also get it. And I guess they're gonna solve it with root groups. So let's do that. So like SvelteKit, if the directory structure represents your route paths, but if you do parentheses, that's going to be ignored. So this is not going to represent the overview URL path. You can put anything here and it will be as if you've put it nowhere, which allows you to group things like the loading in this page in there and only affect this. Did they call it overview here? Yeah. The other thing that's common between SvelteKit and Next.js is the square brackets, which is used for route params. So parentheses ignored, square brackets, it means this is a route param dynamic. Put the loading UI there, put the main page in there. Can only imagine that's what they want me to do. So now in the main page, I get the Skeleton UI, but here we do not get the quick glitch anymore. Sweet. Makes sense. And quite nice, they have like this icon. I wonder if there's an icon pack to make this work, like to make it recognize that it's a magic meta framework page and put it accordingly, because there are quite a lot of magic names nowadays. I kind of hate and like the convention in SvelteKit where you need to add plus, like all the magic bases are prefixed by plus, which does mean that as you enter the directory, you see all the magic places, all the magic files. While here, like the magic ones may get a bit lost. But thankfully, my convention for React components is to uppercase them. So at least if it's lowercase, it's a magic file. But if it's uppercase, if it starts with like Studley case or something capitalized, then it's one of my components. I did tell you, the more tired I am, the more I ramble. Hope you understand. Right, so fetch revenue is a slow request, it's saying. So let's stream just that. So where are we doing fetch revenue? We're doing it here. Don't do it. Don't pass it in, I guess. The revenue chart will not be getting this. And we're gonna get a suspense boundary. And we're gonna say that the fallback UI is gonna be the revenue chart skeleton. Don't want to call it React component. Want to render it. Fallback is of course what I should be passing to suspense. So until everything inside the suspense is ready, it's going to show this fallback. But of course we need to refactor the revenue chart itself. So now instead of getting the revenue, it's going to do it itself. It's going to fetch it by itself. Anything else we need to do? Cool. So we see that the rest of the stuff almost immediately renders. We see the Skeleton UI for just a second or millisecond, like a few milliseconds. And then approximately 3 seconds later, we do get the slowest component, which is quite cool. I don't know how you feel about it. I don't know how users usually feel about it, but as I said, perception is reality. They get the user information immediately, they are perusing it, and then in the end they're like, oh, you know, this updated as well. I think it mostly leads to happier users that think that your app is doing a lot of work fast. All right, latest invoices. What happened here? What is this file? So this thing, I guess they want us to not use latest invoices. We want to do const latest invoices. That's latest invoices. So it's going to bring it by itself. But of course, this is used on the dashboard page. So this one we're not doing it anymore. So this one is not used. So this one is just fetch car data. So no need to do parallel promises. But now, I guess you're at the point of why wouldn't you be parallelizing these requests? I guess we're not manually parallelizing them by putting them in a promise.all, but the way Next.js works makes sure that all of these requests happen in parallel. So the effect I expect, oh, no suspense. Is there a latest invoice skeleton? There is. So now I expect these to come in almost immediately. This as well, I guess. But maybe a bit after this. And then finally recent revenue will come. And indeed, that's what we found. Cool. Because this has the artificial delay we've added in. Cool. Anything else? Yeah, we've brought in suspense. We haven't actually messed with this. I think they wanted to highlight these lines actually. And that's what we've done there. In latest invoices, we have removed this, which maybe they wanted to have like a red line there or something. Yeah, and they do have separate suspense boundaries because there are separate suspense fallbacks as well. Sometimes you don't want to annoy the user either though with like things popping left and right. At some point, if you have like 10 different dashboard components and every one of them is popping in like this, I don't know, it may be annoying. So UX design, have a designer, have them test things out and let them tell you how many things you should be streaming in, all to make the user experience better. All right, so the card, even the cards, I was gonna say, like my example would be if even these are like streamed in, like that'd be annoying, right? But I think that's what they'll have us do now. So they're saying card components in suspense. But if each individual one was coming in, that would be visually jarring for the user. So they hit the things right on the moment they should be hitting them. I was just mentioning this. But they're still thinking that just having this group would be fine. If all of those four appeared at the same time, that's fine. Even though you have like the whole thing pops, then this pops, then this pops, then maybe this pop. That's fine. Anyway, controversial, they just want to solve something, so I'll go along with them. They want to put page TSX. And right, I guess they're trying to say that suspense will only resolve from the cards skeleton to actually rendering the cards when every one of these items is gonna be ready. I guess they're not exactly what they're doing, but kinda. All right, page TSX. Oh, yeah, we don't have this page. We're gonna add it later, but typed routes lets us know that it doesn't exist. So I guess they mean the dashboard page. Don't have all these cards. Instead of all these cards, but still in the same div, have a suspense boundary and then the cards component. This is a new thing we're bringing in. This is a new thing we're bringing in. And we're not going to be using these. So this is gone and this is gone. Cool. And now they have us go into the card data, fetch the card data in the cards component. So I guess is this one. want us to fetch them here. And they want us to uncomment all of this, which I guess are the cards we deleted somewhere else using fragments. So it should be exactly the same thing. And I guess it just works. Placeholder UIs for all 4 cards. And it only results when all the data is gotten, is fetched. It's like, where do you want to put your suspense boundaries? Get a UX designer. There isn't a right answer, they say here. It always depends. Like, you need to benchmark, you need to see what the bottlenecks are, you need to see what's actually going to be a long-running request, and then maybe experiment with what's pleasing to the eye, what's nauseating. Check. In general, what is considered good practice when working with suspense and data fetching? Move data fetches up to the parent component. No. Avoid using suspense for data fetching. No. I was very excited for suspense, I guess. So how long ago was it? Was it like 5 years ago? And then they released it not for data fetching, but for like component imports and stuff, dynamic imports. And finally, it's for the reason we always wanted for data fetching. It's here. Brings a tear to my eye. Move data fetches down to the components that needed. Use suspense only for error boundaries. So it's C, and that enables the thing I saw in a few of the talks that was highlighted in a particular one about the Stripe components, where you can have a component that takes care of everything. Stripe checkout component, it knows to create a checkout link, so placeholder UI if needed, like it can do everything by itself. That's cool. Instead of saying to the user, all right, bring in this component, but add a suspense boundary there, and do the data fetching here, all encapsulated and tested. All right, long chapter, but we made it. Then partial pre-rendering. Should I remove the delay? Because we may be deploying this. Complete chapter 8, 9. Great. Sweet. Time for partial pre-rendering. Partial pre-rendering, I think announced yesterday. I've heard nothing of it since yesterday, and I haven't tried it at all. So let's find out. The moment you use no store or cookies or something, the whole route becomes dynamic, which is fair enough. But yeah, you should watch the keynote as well. They presented it better than I will. What components would be static versus dynamic? So sidebar static, all of these dynamic. Sign out, I guess it's the same for every user. If you're not logged in, you never make it to the dashboard page. So yeah, I would say all of this, the side nav, static, everything else dynamic. But the problem is the whole route is dynamic because it needs to check the cookies to see if you're logged in or not. So I'm not sure how they're gonna account for that later. We'll see. I guess they'll be like, okay, I know that you need to check the cookies, but the side nav doesn't need to know if you're logged in or not. So we're gonna partial pre-render this. Yeah, we got it. This is static, all of this is dynamic. If you had the username here and the user avatar, as many apps do, also dynamic. But I guess you cut it out. a different story. Not personalized to the user at the moment. Partial Prerendering. They're saying that the product information is static or revalidated. So I guess product information made sense, but they're saying, okay, we're gonna render it statically and cache it, and then every so often we're gonna revalidate whether you've updated the images or the description. But the user's card, definitely dynamic, like because you may have 5 items, you may have 0, I may add 1, always dynamic. Recommended, personalized to the user. You could do a recommended feed that's actually, here is what we want to sell this week, and then that can also be static or revalidated. I guess in this example this is dynamic, but even a different type of recommended could be static. If it's recommended to everyone, then it can be static. Anyway, just an example. What are the holes in the context of partial prerendering? Locations where JavaScript is disabled. Locations where dynamic content will load asynchronously. Locations where third-party scripts are located. All right, so for this one, I have no idea what they're trying to say. Do they have like hole? Let's say hole. Yeah, they say here. It leaves holes where dynamic content will load. So here's a hole, here's a hole. All right, so it's locations where dynamic content will be streamed in, I guess. Sure. So how does partial pre-rendering, is that what it's called? The concurrent PIs and suspense and all of those things we've been waiting for years. Fallback, blah, blah, blah. We've done a few things to optimize data fights in. Blah, 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 blah. What's the summary? Here the page is about partial pre-rendering. Summary, you've done a few things to optimize your website. So they're kind of distract me. Like they've taught us to do a few cool things to make sure that we have optimized data fights in. But nothing to do with partial pre-rendering. So I'm not sure. They're kind of saying, you know, this is cool, this is how it's gonna work. How is it gonna work now? We don't know. I guess that's one of the things that's gonna be updated at some point. But yeah, I'm not gonna say anything here. Adding search and pagination. Oh dear, that could be a long one. Invoices page. Search params, path name, router. Great. Does this exist? It does. Paste everything blindly. We're not going to do this because we just do font serif. Set the serif and everything that's app UI is actually just UI. Not this one. Is it just UI skeletons? I guess so. All right. Search Pagination and table. Let's go to the invoices. They have inside or something. Cool. They do. Awesome. So people will be playing with this. That's gonna make our URL have search params, like query, I guess. And we're gonna do a server request and update the UI. Let's see. Why use URL search params? Bookmarkable and serializable URLs. I always say this. URL params can be directly consumed on the server. Indeed. And analytics and tracking. Sure. I have analytics as one of the bonus things. We'll capture the user's input, update the URL with the search params, keep the URL in sync with the input field, and update the table to reflect the search query. All right. Sounds exciting. You know, they don't like this. I don't know why. Anyway, no state management here. Good. Oh. Take it anymore. The functions. On change handler. Right here. Value doesn't exist in an input. What? That's definitely not true. This is definitely gonna work. So we're gonna press something and you can see it updates. What's the problem here? Ah, that's a great hint. Oh, it does. Definitely ES6, I'm sure. HTML input element doesn't have DOM. What is it saying? That makes no sense. So I think this may be my editor because tsconfig does correctly say lib dom. Maybe not. Yes, next. like 2020. Yeah, this is quite puzzling. It does include DOM. Let's try a reload. I don't get it. I am going to spend just a bit of time trying to debug this. Blah blah blah. No. I'm not gonna debug this for too long. Like a million years ago, this was a problem. Oh well. Why am I getting on these? Is it a conflict with the React types? This changed nothing. Oh well. So it seems there is a class with React types. Who knows? I may debug it later, but not on stream. And we can see that it does work. Capturing the user input, great. And now we're going to use the search params, and I guess that's how we're going to be appending them. Nice. So in this client component, we're gonna use search params, special Next.js method, React hook. Then we're gonna create params, new URL search params based on search params. Shouldn't this already be URL search params? I guess they're read-only, that's why we need to do it. Sure. And then, if the term is truthy, we're gonna set it to the URL. If it's not truthy, we're gonna remove it. Cool. So I imagine this should be making our URL update as I type. Doesn't seem to be the case. Did I go somewhere else? No, it is invoices. Do I need to navigate there at the end? Yeah. So we're gonna use router as well and only take the replace functionality. Controversial or arguable, I guess. You may want the back button to get you to a previous search, but probably not since it updates so often. This is gonna be like a huge operation. Like not throttled as well. It's crazy. Oh, we're gonna need the path name as well. And what's his problem? Oh, we have the typed route again, causing trouble. This path name will always be a correct path name. It's not just a string, it's like a valid route. But I'm not sure. I'm just not sure if there's a way to access all the routes. A use path name should be bringing in not just a string, but a valid route. That's another note for the Next.js team for me to bring. But until then, I'm gonna remove the typed routes. So now, does the URL actually update? Yeah, and it's even escaped. Nice. We did it. Lee strikes again. And we're going to use default value to start with whatever our URL is. We're using uncontrolled inputs, which is great, more efficient, more performant. And I guess their table is doing magic to actually do a fetch request for us. Yeah, they're doing it for us. We don't have to do it. Can only imagine. Oh. Are we not? Ah, no. So this is the search. It does affect the root URL, which is kind of a weird mutation, but I guess them's the breaks. And in the page component, we can access the search params in a different way without the hook. Guess we're talking about the invoices page tsx, indeed. And they want me to do this. SvelteKit does type this quite nicely. I guess search params is the same. I'm not talking about slugs, dynamic routes. But they want me to uncomment this. Query plus current page. Sure. And will this just work? Looks like the answer is yes. let's look at the table component. Indeed, it's doing a database query. And then a lot of UI. A lot of functionality, actually. But they won't ask us to do anything. We test it out. It does use, when they use search params, the hook versus the prop, well, I'd say client component, use search params. If not, then you'd need to pass it from the page component all the way down. Are we actually going to do this? Table is a server component, so we're passing in this, sure. So handle search, we're not gonna actually do this, but it is gonna say that every keystroke does a search, which is not ideal. So we'll want to debounce. There is a library for this. You don't need to bring in a huge library that has everything, and then you need to like trisake or whatever the kids do nowadays. So we want to debounce on the term. Handle search component, use debounce. And then we pass in the debounce time, 300 milliseconds. So now, as we keep typing, we get no results. 300 milliseconds may be like quite fast, actually. I do a bit more, but it's good for the users. That's enough. Time for a quiz. What problem does debouncing solve in the search feature? Speeds up database queries, makes the URL bookmarkable, prevents a new database query on every keystroke, and it helps in SEO optimization. So it prevents a new database query on every keystroke. It waits until you've stopped typing for at least 300 milliseconds, which isn't a long time. And then it's adding pagination. Oof, we do have a long way to go, but I think I'm gonna call it a day, because that's quite a lot and I need a break. Maybe like quick break. Now I'll go to the intermission screen and see you in just a bit. back. I would hate to end this marathon stream with in the middle of a chapter, so let's keep going. Let's keep going. So what have we done? We've been playing with the filtering functionality, and now they want us to add pagination. Only 6 invoices at a time. Is what we're seeing now. One error. What happened? We just need to refresh. Yes. Where? Let's refresh harder. That doesn't make sense. The used post thing we did should be inside the React component. Use the bounced callback. It's what we should actually be using. All right. So now it does work. First page with every result. I guess we have more than 6 users, so we're gonna bring in pagination. And how we're gonna do it? It's saying that the pagination component is a client component. Who knows what it's doing? But I guess it wants to be fed the total voices. So we go back to the invoices page. We're gonna use the pagination component here, but first I guess we're gonna fetch the total amount of pages. And we're gonna feed it to the pagination component. It was already brought in. But the pagination component does nothing. And the pagination component will do stuff, I guess, with the path name, etc. I guess we can uncomment all this stuff. Every time they have told me to uncomment things in this course has been a bit unclear, because they haven't actually told me this. It's also unclear why there is a fragment here. It seems like everything is one level deep. That looks kinda fine. All pages generate pagination. Okay, all good. But it wants me to do all of these things. First, yes, it wants me to use a few hooks. We've used these hooks before. Get the path name, get the search params, and the current page. If there is a page from the search params, then use that, or else if there's not, then we are on the first page indeed. And then they have given me this method to understand, to get the page URL, kind of syncs it as before. And where do we pass it? I guess that's just used everywhere. And we're saying that in the search function, whenever they mess with the result, we go back to the first page. Fair enough. So let's see. If we render this, whoops. What's current page? That's a good question. Should be a bit lower. Maybe it's a bit higher. Now it's happier. All right, now we can, oh, we jump back up, which we probably shouldn't. Maybe we should, not sure. If we look at it full screen, it should be a bit better, less annoying. A bit annoying. When the data is fetched, it's fine. And I guess when we search again, we go back to the first page. Indeed. Cool. Cool beans. Congratulations, we've implemented search and pagination. Awesome. Pagination is quite hard, like that be a proper ticket, a proper story to deliver. That will take quite a while, but they have like a ton of code they've done for us. And it's not just the styling, like doing the database queries correctly, like the order bys, limit and offset. It's not the most complex thing in the world, but if you haven't done SQL, that's something. That's something indeed. And I wonder, how do we actually fetch the results? How does that happen? So we give the full query to this thing, and then it creates the offset, all right? And then it adds the query here in an I-like, which I guess kind of protects it from SQL injection. They can't do like semicolon drop table. Looks fine. All right, chapter 11. Commit everything. Chapter, server actions. It's gonna be exciting. Let me know in the chat if everyone, or if anyone is still watching. Maybe in the future you'll have made it here. Like quite a few chapters to go. But I think handling errors and metadata should be fast ones. Hopefully. We'll see. Should I leave it for the next episode, like 4 hours later? Maybe not getting any results. So that's a huge chapter. So I think that's what I'm actually gonna do. I may see you next time, next week. If you like this, let me know. We've made it through like 69%. What a number of the new Next.js Learn, the new course, the new free course that they've announced and released yesterday during the Next.js Conf keynote. It was quite interesting. As expected, some things where it overlaps with my teaching style, some places where it diverges. I think good overall. Of course, you can go to Next.js.org, learn and try it out yourself before we dive in together again on either Tuesday or Wednesday next week. Or suggest something else for us to to try. Server actions are gonna be a very exciting thing. I'm leaving us in quite a cliffhanger, but also, I guess the rest, I don't know what they're gonna have in improving accessibility. I'm excited to see that, but I will be throwing in bonuses on analytics and having a navigation smoke test for our app, maybe even including auth, and maybe even the SVG imports as React components. Maybe that would be cool as well. All right, that's for next week. It's been 4 hours, longer than 4 hours, and it's been a pleasure as always. I hope you're having lovely Fridays by now, coding with me, and you're gonna have amazing weekends. I'll see you around.